Okay. Hey, everyone. We're not quite starting just yet, and mainly because we want to give the opportunity for more people to come in. So if you're tuning in through the webcam, that's what's going on right now. We're just giving a few more minutes, and I'd say in about 5 to 10 minutes we'll get started with our programming for the night. Cool. Our mentor, Arnaud, made a good point. LA traffic is the worst, as we all know, so good to give people more time. I actually got a great question. Since you all got in here early, I actually welcome some of you to grab some of the kombucha especially. We have quite a bit that we've ordered for this event, and we're happy to take seconds or thirds if you're interested. So I'm just going to repeat this for folks who just came in and those who are just tuning into the live stream. We're delaying it by about 10 minutes or so to give the opportunity for more folks to stream in. I just made the comment earlier that LA traffic's not the greatest, so just give folks that extra time. Thanks for your patience, everyone. And again, if anyone wants any kombucha, there's plenty. I swear by it. Okay, I'm going to give this till 6:15, and then I think we can get started, folks.
So I just want to thank all of you folks for braving the hurricane that must be happening out there because of the 80 other people that registered and obviously couldn't make it through the massive, massive weather. So thanks. We appreciate it.
All right, we got about another minute, and we'll get rolling, folks. Okay. All right. So this is a really big moment, I think, for me and my team at Symmetry Wood. Huge moment, and it wouldn't be possible, of course, without so many people that came together to support our team over these last few months and last few years, frankly. And this presentation that I've put together is going to really highlight what went into making this guitar that we have here to display to you all. This is, in fact, the first professional guitar that has ever been installed with a material that we call Pyrus. It's basically wood made completely from food waste without any nasty chemicals put in there, and no trees were cut to make it. And so it's a revolutionary new addition to the guitar industry, and we have some big plans in store for it. But for now, I want to make sure you all get comfortable, get seated, and get to enjoy some awesome music from Irene Diaz, who has been part of the Lacey ecosystem for some time already. And yeah, give her applause. And of course, I mean, we have to give a shout out to Lacey, the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator. Some of you might be visiting this place for the first time. If you're not already familiar with Lacey, it is the center of clean tech development here in Los Angeles. We have a number of great innovative companies that work out of here that are able to accelerate their progress. We're using the facilities and mentors and resources here. One of those mentors is our executive in residence, Eric Johnson. Super appreciative of you, Eric. We wouldn't be where we are without you. And of course, there are other companies that are sitting here today and listening to our event. Serena Allen and Casey Castor. They were part of our programming. The incubation cohort for Lacey, we were all in the same group together, so it's great to have some peers attending our event tonight. So without further ado, I want to jump into what Symmetry is about and what we've been doing for the last few years. As I said, we're making a brand new type of wood, made completely from food waste, but it goes beyond just making wood. Our mission as a company is to create materials that promote harmony between humanity and nature. That's what drives us. And we all have, as a team, different motivations that go into that mission, but it's at the core of who we are. It lets us overcome a number of obstacles that we've experienced over time. I would say that there's going to be a lot that we can share on that note for this event. I'm going to be going into the journey of Symmetry for about 25 minutes, and then after that, we'll have Irene playing a 10-minute instrumental to showcase to you all. And then after that, my co-founder, Tim Keaton, is going to be explaining why Symmetry is doing what it's doing and the environmental issues that we're most concerned about. And then after that, we'll have more music from Irene and her partner, Carolyn. They'll get to do even more music using some more instruments we got here. And then finally, we'll allow some general mingling, and people are, again, welcome to grab more kombucha. And please, because I can't drink it all, and certainly not even in 1 week. I love kombucha a lot, but I don't have that much of a space in my body for it. So at any rate, there's that, and then also get some food after we're done with all the programming. We have plenty to go around, and want to make sure you all are taken care of on that side of things. So we'll get into my presentation then. I am, my full name is actually Gabe Tavis. I am the co-founder of Symmetry Wood and its CEO, as well as the original inventor of Pyrus, the wood that we're pioneering. And a little bit about me, I was actually asked recently by some mentors of mine to kind of define what are like my top values as a person and as a leader. And I identified those to be courage, creativity, and family. I wouldn't be where I am at without those values. And I'd say the number one value out of all of those is my family, because I learned the other two, courage and creativity, from them. They're here in attendance today in the front row. I am the son of 3 immigrants, very proud of that fact. And they all come from different cultures, I was raised in a mixed mash of different world perspectives from the Philippines, from Cuba, from Mexico. And I'd say on all sides of my family, there was a trend of people willing to stand behind what they believe in, no matter what. We've had family members that were willing to risk their lives or in some cases lose their lives advocating for democracy, for example. So that spirit of just kind of like sticking to your guns, being committed and principled is something that I try and live up to. That's where my value for courage comes from, honestly. And I think anyone who knows a thing or two about the immigrant story knows that, every immigrant takes a risk to come to a new country and make a life for themselves. So there's courage just in that story alone. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. But also, I want to acknowledge the creativity that came from my family. We're all here today to celebrate wood from food waste. Well, frankly, I'm not actually the first in my family to go down that wood innovation route. What you all are seeing on the slide here is actually on the left, an original document from my Cuban grandfather, who was part of the first factory making wood laminate from sugarcane waste. Sugarcane's a major export of Cuba, and he would take the waste from that processing and turn it into something useful for people. It goes even further than that. I mean, my grandfather was also making vinyl laminate here in the US that would replace Brazilian rosewood, which is one of the tropical hardwoods that we're trying to replace as a company. We'll talk about that more later. Tim will get into it especially. But there's a long legacy there, and I seek every day to honor that legacy. But I think there's also something to be said about my hometown and the fact that all of those immigrants who cared for me, they raised me in Chicago. I have a soft spot for Chicago, sure. I'm a Midwesterner by heart. I appreciate LA so much, but this city will always, the city of Chicago, the Windy City, will always mean something to me. And I think a big part of that is that I had these mentors in Chicago, a public schools teacher, for example. You're seeing on the left, I had a middle school science teacher, Sonia Oliveri, Miss Oliveri, who was the first person to really instill environmentalist values in me. She would take me and my classmates out to the local forest preserves to study the ecosystems there, to remove invasive species, and really nurture a love of nature. That's what she did. And it's even crazier than that. She was actually the first person to get me to even do a science project. You can see I had my first science fair in 2014, and I was scared of that stuff, but she pushed me to do that, to pursue my wacky ideas, and it developed a passion for design, technology, and innovation. Without her, I would not be standing here in front of you all and being part of this Lacey ecosystem we're working with, all the great people that have been involved in Symmetry. So I want to acknowledge that. There was also another formative experience for me that led directly to Symmetry. It came 4 years later after my first science fair. I got to spend about 7 weeks in rural Ecuador, living with an indigenous host family high up in the Andes Mountains. We had, pretty simple means there. It was, just concrete housing, strong winds. But the views there were really amazing. This photo doesn't really do it justice. It's a bit blurry because I didn't bring the best camera. In fact, I tried to keep my phone away from me so I could be fully immersed. But I borrowed a friend's camera. And so you can see that I felt really small in this great natural landscape. And my love of nature kind of accelerated from that experience. I also came to really appreciate the culture of the indigenous community there. I will die on this hill. The indigenous communities around our planet are the best guardians of nature and biodiversity and really a lot of things good about Earth. So they deserve a lot more respect, and I learned that firsthand as I was living with them, going to their festivals, going to their weddings, enjoying their foods. And they became yet another part of my family, my multicultural family. So I came away really moved by them. But I also saw they were dealing with some concerning environmental issues. What you're seeing right here is actually a glimpse of the kitchen that my host family was living in, for years at this point. And there was a lot of plastic garbage that was accumulating in their community. It was entering their homes. They didn't have any recycling or garbage bins to dispose of all that trash. So their only option was to burn it in kitchen and backyard fire pits. You can't really see their fire pit in this photo, but you can imagine if you were to just turn to the right in that frame, you'd see the fire pit right there in this closed space. I was seeing my host siblings, who were no older than 7 years old at the time, inhaling toxic fumes from that kitchen. I was inhaling those fumes, and I was really aghast, shaken by how we've allowed unsustainable materials to enter even the most remote parts of our world to harm these communities. And so from that experience, I came back to the United States determined to do something different. I was set to study industrial design at the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana, but I quickly found when I returned to the US that I was not satisfied with the way the industrial design field was going. There's a lot of complacency, a lot of designers willing to just use the same old petroleum plastic that, again, was poisoning people. And I figured, you know, there's got to be a better way. I started aggressively studying natural materials, bio-based materials, things that could replace those sorts of things. And I looked at wood as the primary source of inspiration. I mean, this material, wood, has been so integral to our history of humanity, and I wanted to see how we might be able to, you know, use wood, harvest wood in a different way. I was especially drawn to a lot of these tropical hardwoods, these exotic hardwoods that you can see on the screen. I visited the local wood store near my university, and they had a whole rack right here of colorful, pretty woods that were, you know, really intriguing, but I had this gut feeling even then that they probably were not harvested in a responsible manner. There was probably a lot of forests that got harmed from that. So the question became, how do I recreate all of that kind of wood without cutting down trees and without using any petroleum plastic? So I did a lot more research. I found out about the chemistry of wood. I knew that essentially wood can be described as, you know, 3 polymers. We'll focus mainly on the cellulose. The cellulose is like making up the fibers of the wood. And what's really cool is I found in my research, you don't have to get that cellulose from trees or plants. You could get it from bacteria. So I was very intrigued by bacterial cellulose. You can see it on the screen there. A lot of people will refer to it as kombucha SCOBY. So the SCOBY cultures are what typically allow you to ferment tea into kombucha. And a lot of times in the industry, the word SCOBY and bacterial cellulose can get kind of mixed around. So when you hear me using those terms, it's basically referring to the globby thing at the top of that liquid. Even though it looks kind of weird and looks kind of alien, it can be turned into remarkable products. I mean, you can see a designer named Suzanne Lee actually made a leather jacket out of it not too long before 2019. So I found out about that leather jacket, and I was just kind of amazed. Well, you know, if they're already using it for textiles, why didn't anyone make the connection that this stuff is so similar chemically to what's in trees? It's just cellulose. So I basically went ahead and tried making my own wood from it. And this started a very, I should say, what's the word? Eccentric process. Eccentric process where, starting from my college dorm room, I was growing this stuff. You can imagine what my dorm mate was saying. He was not very, he was not a happy camper, but you know, that's a different story. I basically started taking that kombucha SCOBY, blended it, mixed it with a binding agent, put it in a molding container, and we got some of the first samples of, well, Pyrus. I wasn't calling it that at the time, but that's essentially what this is. So we got these saddle, curly-shaped samples that were weird, but they were strangely strong. I couldn't break them with my bare hands. So now I was thinking, oh, I gotta keep working on this. And I knew that I couldn't get access to the scientific laboratories at my university as a design student, and that the design school didn't have the right facilities for this kind of work. So I ended up finding an abandoned bathroom in my university's fab lab. And the director gave me full permission to do whatever the heck I wanted in that room. So in 1 year, I managed to, renovate this with help from family and friends into a biomaking space. And there was all sorts of experiments we did there, stocked it with different ingredients, different pieces of equipment, and made it look decent enough. And then we also started growing larger sheets of the bacterial cellulose right there in this bathroom on the university campus, all in those containers there. So that was a bit of a exercise. And with that, that effort, I was able to actually start creating different variations of Pyrus and started to lay them out as alternatives for those tropical hardwoods. I was naming them and saying, oh yeah, this could replace maybe ebony in the future or maybe epit. Obviously, there was a lot that needed to be done still to make them look professional, but this was like visioneering, basically. I was looking into the future for this, and I started to give this effort a name. I wanted a name for this project that would represent bringing harmony between nature and humanity, and I figured symmetry has to be the right name. You know, that's a name that can be synonymous with harmony. So that's where the name came from, and I ran with that. I realized fairly quickly after starting the project that I couldn't keep growing this bacterial cellulose in the bathroom. It just wasn't enough supply, and I reached out to local kombucha breweries in Chicago. This is Matt Lancourt. He is the first kombucha brewer that agreed to work with us, and he basically let us come in on a monthly basis and collect all of this bacterial cellulose in buckets from him. We just came over, and he was really chill and casual about it. He's like, hey, you're making cool stuff. Let's keep working together. And that would last for a good year, basically. And with that, we were able to start really experimenting. We started making a bunch of new samples, bigger samples. We had student team members getting involved. I managed to get some interest from others on my campus. Jared Fliegelman is one of the folks that joined during that period, and we made these larger samples in pie molds that were quite promising. We managed to get them to dry out into those little sheets you see there, and we could then carve them out to make some leathers, actually. And this particular disc that we made, if you put it next to a light, it would glow orange from the backlighting. So that was like a cool, surprising effect that happened. We also managed to make guitar picks, jewelry. The guitar picks were functional, and they were getting used by some guitar players on our campus. So this is kind of like the beginning of us starting to get into guitar stuff. When we had those demo products, those small demo products to show, that allowed Symmetry to get some recognition through the James Dyson Award. In 2021, we built up enough momentum to win that award, and that then led to a bunch of news outlets covering the project. When that happened, we were able to get the word out about Symmetry significantly. But there was also something else that happened, a very funny moment. They had me doing some camera work during the award celebration. And I don't know if many of you can recognize what's wrong with this photo, but I found out later, thanks to my co-founder, Tim, that's poison ivy. So, needless to say, there was more I needed to learn about nature, and that's the key. You gotta be humble towards nature. And that's why I'm really grateful that Tim Keating, my co-founder, reached out to me not long after the Dyson Award because of all that news coverage. And he basically struck up a conversation with me over the internet. And, it was quite remarkable. I'd say it's, honestly, Tim reaching out to me was the single best thing that happened as a result of the Dyson Award. And I wouldn't be this far without him. We've been meeting, for the last 3 years now, mostly over Zoom. We didn't actually meet in person until, what was it, Tim, like two years later, something like that, right? Or a year later? October last year. So you guys get the picture. We managed to actually have the patience and the thoughtfulness with each other to make a lot of this work over calls and strategize about the future of Symmetries. Tim was the first person who insisted that we should get more involved in the guitar industry because they were using a lot of these tropical hardwoods. Tim was the one who thought we should make a fretboard out of Pyrus. That was his idea, so that we could replace endangered ebony and rosewood. So that all started with him. He really refined our strategy there. And he joined at a time when it was kind of hectic in Symmetry and in my life, frankly. We were just wrapping up a lot of the student involvement. I graduated in 2022 with this last team of students here. We were making some last samples. And we also, in the summer of 2022, started to make some fretboard attempts, but they were imperfect. There were still some voids and imperfections that we needed to remove, so there was a lot of learning that needed to be done. So that led us to really kind of hit back to the drawing board. We had to rethink our approach. We moved our lab to Chicago, working out of a cramped basement there, and you can see some of the struggles we dealt with. Samples cracking. We were just really trying to figure out what's the next step. And the other problem too was a lot of our experiments were getting so intense that we didn't have enough bacterial cellulose from the kombucha brewery in Chicago to supply us. We were outstripping the supply for our work. So that meant we needed to think about where do we get more of this kombucha waste. And the perfect opportunity came up in late 2023 when not only did Lacey offer us a space in their programming, but we also got an offer of collaboration from GT's Living Foods, which is the largest kombucha brewery in the world. We were able to get an agreement with them to start using their kombucha waste. And that meant we had to actually take all of our equipment from Chicago to Los Angeles. Just cram the car, and on a bare bones budget, just go over to LA, take a leap of faith that we can make it happen with Lacey's support and with GT's support, and take us to the next level. So there was a lot of scary moments from that just on the car trip. You can actually see when we got to LA, the windshield was cracked from even a pebble that hit us on the highway. So it's like even those practical stresses that come up when you're trying to do a company. We don't even talk about these kinds of stories too much. So that happened, and this also happened too. You can see Tim is actually trying to basically get some of the water out of that whole bag of SCOBY. So it was so heavy that we had to lift it with some machinery that GT's very generously lent to us. And then on top of that, we had to cram all that kombucha SCOBY in those yellow bins in the car along with all our luggage. So it was crazy. It was quite crazy. And on top of that, again, we were on the bare bones budget, so we couldn't actually move out to LA full time. We had to be leaving our equipment in the LA area, and then on a monthly basis, flying from our homes, like flying from Chicago to LA, month to month. It was intense, and we ran into this little sign on one of our winter trips that said, you're wrong way, you're doing it wrong, and Tim and I were cracking up in a little bit of hysteria at the time because of all that stress we had. And you can see more photos of that. Tim, again, dealing with some stress with a contraption we were trying to do. And then, we were up late in factory settings trying to make the perfect plank for a guitar fretboard. We were trying really hard to make the right prototype. We worked with some of the local partners here to put it in a drying kiln, so we had to do that on the fly. And then you can see we were also, again, cramming the car with me in there, and we were still getting some rougher samples. So it was a constant cycle of trial and error. But eventually, by the middle of the year, we got our groove going. We managed to get some of these samples looking promising, and we were reaching out to more partners in the LA ecosystem, talking to more folks. In fact, this photo right here is from the Lacey Power Day that happened a few months ago, and that's how we met Irene and Caroline. They came up to our table, and we're intrigued, and we struck up a conversation. So that's how we actually met, and we kept in touch enough where we were able to come back months later to do this guitar event. So here you can see we got the samples. We managed to make one good for a guitar, and then we machined that into a fretboard. And then finally, once it was in a fretboard format, we were able to go to one of the best luthiers, possibly in the world, but certainly one of the best luthiers from Mexico, Herman Vasquez. He's based here in Los Angeles and has actually built the real-life guitar from Coco, the animated movie. So the man's got great skill. We gave him that fretboard and a used guitar, and he was able to work his magic. You can see he got the fretboard on the neck there. He removed the original rosewood fretboard, the tropical hardwood fretboard, and started to put our material into place. And then he started to put it into position, sand it down, get it all smooth, start putting in the frets, and then putting on the strings. And finally, we had a working guitar. So a lot was, I mean, I was ecstatic. I was just, it was a lot to process. You know, even now, it's incredible seeing that photo. Irene, right after we got the guitar from the luthier, started practicing on that guitar, and it sounded great even then. And you know, now we're at this point where we can say we finally have a playable professional guitar with a Pyrus fretboard. And you know, I think it's important to emphasize, we're making this right now from kombucha waste, but that bacterial cellulose, it can be generated from all kinds of food waste. There's going to be a future where we could take beer waste or wine waste or other kinds of like fruit waste, food, all those sorts of things, and feed it to bacteria that will then generate nanocellulose that is non-toxic, biodegradable, and turn it into a material that's denser than any wood found in nature and harder than any wood domestic to the US. It's harder than hard maple, and it polishes up really beautifully. That polishing was done by Tim Keating here, who, you know, that's a good one. Yeah, he managed to just take sandpaper to it and get it to be a mirror-like finish. So that just shows you what this material is capable of. It's, again, like I said, non-toxic, supports biodiversity, fully compostable, and that means we're not using any epoxies, and we're not supporting any kind of plantations that you often see, like no tree plantations, no canaf plantations, nothing that's like trying to force one solution or one form of nature into an ecosystem quite arrogantly. So we avoid all those things. And most importantly, we avoid using the tropical hardwoods. We avoid using rosewood, ebony, and other woods like them. It's a comprehensive waste to wood solution. And as I said, all these options that we can use to make it. We intend to go from guitars to many other applications in the future: flooring, decking, furniture, veneers, and so on. The future is bold and bright, and we're going to go all the way with this. This is just the beginning. I want to give a last thank you to my co-founders, Jared and Tim. They made this possible, and you'll hear from Tim later today about why we're doing this kind of work and the stakes involved for the rainforest. With that, I'm going to then kick it off to Irene, who's going to do the first instrumental of the night.
That kind of brought me to tears. It's just so beautiful to see just where we're at in this time and just to be a witness to all of this. The fact that you let me do this, I'm just blown away. I feel so honored. So thank you.
so much, Irene. That was really fantastic. And again, it's surreal for me to see someone, especially a professional musician, playing a guitar with our material on it so well. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the mic over to Tim Keating so he can share a bit about what he's been doing over the last, at this point, 35 years of his life, protecting our world's rainforests. So there's a lot that you're about to see from his side. Give us one moment as we start to set up the deck here so that we can show his images. My friend.
Thank you. So it's interesting because this room, I'm kind of feeling overwhelmed a little bit emotionally because of everything I've just heard. By the way, just the other day is the first time Gabe showed me a lot of that information from before I got involved with Symmetry. And it's an amazing, amazing story. It's an amazing journey. And here's the thing, mostly what I've been doing up until joining Symmetry, I kind of liken myself to it as a town crier. So I'm the guy with the bad news, and I try to convince people to do something about it, you know? So I'm realizing as I listened to that last set, this is really meant to be celebratory, and I realize now that my slides are probably gonna be depressing. So I'm like, I don't know what to do here. So I'm gonna have to take a little different tack with them, I suppose. I mean, I'm gonna go through them, but I wanted to give you a heads up, I guess, because there are a whole ton of images, beautiful wildlife and whatnot that I've met and made friends with, you know, across the world, really. And, but there are a lot of really down stats that I'm gonna be putting up here. And I'm gonna be saying a lot of stuff about what's really going on. So I just wanted to brace you for that before I just launched right in, because this was lovely. That was so impressive and inspiring. And this is gonna be like, this is like where the roller coaster goes down the hill, and then we're gonna go back, bring it back up. How's that? So do I have nods to go ahead? Okay. I just want to get some buy-in, because I'm like, geez, I got depressed going through it today. So just a little bit of background. I kind of said I wasn't going to do this, but I ran a group called Rainforest Relief for 25 years, I'm sorry, and from 1990 to about 2016, and then I started my own little consulting firm to just try to get people on more sustainable woods. And there are a lot of them, but unfortunately, they've been outcompeted in many, many ways by these cheap tropical hardwoods that are coming in. Cheap because many of them are just illegally logged, so they don't have to pay the stumpage fees and all that stuff that folks who do it the right way have to pay. So anyway, at some point in here, I might tell you kind of what brought me to this, but I'm going to go ahead and just kind of start the show here. When we started Rainforest Leaf, we were in New Jersey, and the question we got asked most often, believe it or not, in 1990 was, why rainforests? You know, you got the beach 10 miles away. Why don't you just go do beach cleanups or whatever? And yeah, I had kind of spent a lot of my young life going off into the woods near my house, and so I had a thing for forests, and I had been hearing a lot of bad news at that point from about '85 on, from Smithsonian Institution and folks like that, and I also had gone to a short trip to Puerto Rico and seen El Yunque. So this is my first rainforest was seeing Puerto Rico, and you know, it's not the tallest trees and whatnot, but it was really inspiring for me. So I came back and then started looking more into tropical forests, tried to reach out to some organizations, and eventually saw a flyer up at my old college, somebody who was like, do you want to save rainforests? And so I took the little tag on the flyer and went home and called this guy, and I said, hey, if you're going to tell me to call my congressperson, I've already done that, and I called the senators, and he said, no, I really want to start something up here, and so we co-founded Rainforest Relief in late '89, and this other guy, his name was also Tim. He got a good job 4 months later, kind of begged out of the group, and I ended up having to run it myself for the most part. So that was part of my journey. So anyway, most people today know rainforests exist and they know they're important. That is a legacy of a lot of the organizations like Rainforest Action Network in California here, that Randy Hayes, the founder, said, I'm going to make rainforests bigger than whales. And when he said that, you know, the Greenpeace whale campaign was just like the biggest environmental campaign that had ever existed. And I was, that actually got me bringing around, in high school, flyers and getting people to sign petitions was the whaling campaign. So I was like, yeah, right, that's not possible. But actually, within a few years, rainforests were being studied in grade schools across the country, and it was pretty impressive. So today we understand rainforests are, you know, falling, and it's not a good thing. We had to actually try to convince people of that back in 1990. So anyway, now I think the question I get most often when I'm doing presentations in schools and whatnot, or when I was, is why logging? Because isn't it beef and soy and palm oil? So I gotta show you why logging. Okay, so I gotta take you on a little journey through some of the world's rainforests here. First of all, rainforests are the oldest terrestrial ecosystems on the planet. Some of them have existed literally since the asteroid hit the planet 63 million years ago and wiped out the dinosaurs. Some of these areas have been rainforests since then. So this is one of the reasons why they're so diverse. Formerly covered 15% of Earth's land area. Now, unfortunately, only cover 6% of Earth's land area. They are essential for maintaining the global ecosystem. One of the things they do is this kind of moisture recycling that you see happening off the top of the forest here in Costa Rica. The heat and humidity, after it rains, a lot of that moisture will evaporate right back into the atmosphere and then be carried by the wind downwind. It'll rain again, and this occurs in South America. This occurs 9 times, making its way all the way across the continent. So when rain falls on one side of the continent, it ends up being able to rain on the other side of the continent because of the forests. And sometimes they call this the atmospheric river. Rainforests are so biodiverse due to their age, the heat, and often the extreme levels of precipitation. The outcome of that is that rainforests are really Earth's key engines of biodiversity. And I apologize, I'm going to click through a lot of these photos very quickly. I don't expect you to read what's on them, but if you want to ask whatever any of these things are later on, I'll be happy to show you. So we're talking about harboring at least 50% of the diversity of life on Earth in the 6% that makes up Earth's tropical forest. I did some digging and was at a biodiversity conference in 1995 at the opening of the biodiversity exhibit at the Museum of Natural History. One scientist got up and said, look, what we're talking about in terms of microorganisms, I did some math and we're probably looking at the truth of it is 90% of the diversity of life on Earth contained in tropical rainforest. More diversity in tropical rainforests than all other ecosystems combined. And this encompasses everything from fungi to flowering plants to arthropods and you name it, and microorganisms as well. So I've had an amazing life traveling to some of these places, whether it's Thailand or Cambodia or Ecuador, etc. All these flowers, it's amazing, and and then people who love flowers. So this is actually the world's largest flower. It's called Rafflesia, and this one was in Thailand. It's mostly you find it in the mountains of that area in Asia, and the only thing is, it's so big and so dangerous that it will eat you. I'm just kidding. I had you there, though, didn't I? I did. So tree diversity, actually more species of trees in 2 hectares of tropical rainforest in Ecuador than all the species of trees in the United States. 2 hectares. That's an incredible statistic. And that comes up later, I'll mention. So again, arthropods, mollusks, snails, crustaceans, the list goes on and on. This is a true bug. This guy is a little dangerous for other bugs. Just sucking the life juices out of that bee. It's not fun. So this grasshopper is 6 inches long, I'm sorry. It's like, massive. Yeah, and I jumped back when I saw it. Walking stick. So it turns out that if there is a God, God loves beetles. And that's not my quote, that's Terry Irwin at the Smithsonian Institution, who did a study. This now may sound a little horrible, but the question, in the 80s was just how diverse are these forests? And Irwin had another question. How many insect species are there on planet Earth? So what he did is he took his team and a bunch of graduate students, I guess, and went to the most diverse place he knew of on the planet, the middle of the Brazilian Amazon, and did something that no one else looking at the diversity of life in one of these forests had ever done. People had climbed up the trees with nets, and people even landed like hot air balloons on the top of the forest and with nets and grabbed whatever they could grab and then counted things. Irwin had a different plan. It's a little horrible, but they laid tarps down around this massive emergent tree. Its canopy sticking up, its branches sticking up above the canopy, the tallest trees. And they laid tarps down, and then they fogged the tree with insecticide. And it basically rained insects into the tarps for the next 3 weeks. So he and his team proceeded to then count insects, and it took them 3 months just to count all the beetles. And so what he found was, and they published a paper, blew away the entomological community. That's my probably biggest word for the night. And they identified 1,800 different species of beetles on a single tree in the Amazon rainforest, 80% of which had never before been seen by Western science. So, unfortunately, he said, this is an amazing result, but it doesn't tell us how many insects species there are on planet Earth. What I need to know is, now that I know how many are here, I need to know spatially what is the difference around the planet. So what they did was they went 50 meters into the forest, picked another tree, laid down tarps, fogged that tree, 1,250 species of beetles on that tree, 80% of which were different than the other tree 50 meters away. So they went one more time, triangulating from the other two trees, laid down tarps, counted beetles for 3 months, and found 1,750 species of beetles on that tree, 80% of which were different than the other two trees. So every time I say that, I get chills, because it totally blows away everything we think we know about planet Earth. And this is what these forests, that's what's been happening for 65 million years in these forests, right? Is the diversification of life on Earth. And so you can be standing in the middle of an old-growth tropical forest, whether it's in Thailand or Brazil or Ecuador, and around a football field around you, there are likely at least 1,000 species of beetles found nowhere else on the planet than that football field of rainforest. Think about that for a minute. So, as someone who grew up horrified by the idea of an endangered species and something going extinct, you can well imagine what learning something like this did to me. Like, every day, my calculations were, 400 species of life on Earth go extinct every single day. That's what's happening with the destruction of these forests. So I, started Rainforest Relief and then basically set my life on this course to try to stop as much of this as I possibly could. Sorry, I warned you. Okay, so give you a little uplift here with some butterflies. All of these still exist. So, one of the things I was first astonished by when I was in Ecuador was we spent 10 days out in the middle of the rainforest with the Waorani native people, and in all those 10 days, you see like 4 or 5 butterflies an hour just flitting by. There's a little cabin there, and they're just coming around. In fact, I have a photo here, one of them on my camera bag. And in 10 days, seeing 8 or 9 different butterfly species, I did not see a single repeat of a butterfly the entire time I was there. And I mean, think about that for a second. Try that in New Jersey. There might be like 3 butterflies in all of New Jersey or something. So yeah, it's just a full-time job trying to get pictures of these things. Yeah. Oh, this one's my favorite. This is like if someone doesn't design an airplane like this soon, then we're missing out. Oh, here we go. There it is. Yeah, this guy was in Costa Rica, and it was a good size, first tarantula in the wild I'd ever seen. But little did I know, in a cave in Thailand, I would encounter something that was 3 times the size of it. I mean, this spider at the top of this picture Like if you saw that in your house, you'd be like, holy mackerel, that's a big spider. Then you see this one, and it's like, what the heck is that? Oh man, damn. Let me just back away really fast and move this way away from it and do not move. Yeah. Cool. And I don't even know what to call that thing. Well, a curved spiny spider, I guess somebody figured it out. Reptiles. It is there. Did everyone see it? Okay, good. Reptiles with wings. So, yeah, it's, oh, and this is actually a common lizard in Asia, but you know, I was going around like, this has got to be a different species. I mean, my God, I'm seeing all these different. Yeah, that's all the same one. Cool. And then, of course, the famous poison dart frogs. All right, I'm gonna move through here. Croaking. So I wanted to get to the birds, because the birds were my mentors, actually. When I went to the woods, to get away and befriended these flying things, was fascinated by them and fell in love and became, back then they called them bird watchers. Now they call them birders. Thankfully. So whenever I go to tropical forests or anywhere really, I just have to shoot all the birds, not with my camera, all the birds. Yeah. This in Costa Rica. This one was right off the porch of the place that we were staying. And it was building a nest right in that bush. It was so cool. This was off the porch too, believe it or not. Would come every morning. This one would call from the depths of the creeks around the place and like wake you up. It was a bird alarm at 5 in the morning. Very loud voice. All right. So I'll try to buzz through some of these quickly because I have a lot of pictures. But I just want to impress upon folks, like wherever you go around the world in the tropics. I mean, these guys are only in Africa. The former one that I just showed is only in Central America. This guy, the lineated woodpecker, is a relative of our ivory-billed woodpecker, which now is believed extinct again for the second time around. This is pretty much very, very similar to what our ivory-billed woodpecker looked like, and about just a little bit smaller. And there it was alarmed. And the mammals. All right. Oh, this agouti is digging up turtle eggs there and trying to fight off the vultures. Sorry. And nope, I haven't seen an ocelot in the wild, but I have seen prints. And some of them are kind of dangerous. It's true. So, but not as dangerous as this mammal. Now, this is, of course, an indigenous person. This is a Waorani elder, and it was just an amazing time for me, like for Gabe, to stay with these people and see how we truly lived at one point. All humans lived this way. You know, some were not in forests, so they weren't. They had different tools and things like that, but basically. Feeding themselves, clothing themselves, or in this case, not clothing themselves, from what they found in the forest. This is Pente, headman of the Baiano village of the Waorani. They just cut this vine that was crawling across the floor on two parts, picked it up, and started drinking out of it. So it turns out that across the planet, scientists have found that there are barely areas of old-growth rainforest that they can see have not been affected by human habitation. So this is an amazing thing, mostly because it shows that people can live in these ecosystems and not wipe them out, because we've actually been doing that as a species for a long, long time. They also have found that in many cases, they believe that the forests end up even more diverse because of these indigenous people being part of the habitat. Oops. So here in Ecuador, another Waorani elder, having gone hunting in the dugout canoe, and his nephew carrying away the booty. It's pretty impressive. And all that hunting, I mean, a lot of the hunting they were doing with these long, very, very long blow darts, blow guns, like 11 feet long, and quite impressive. They get the darts, 70, 80 feet in the air up into the canopy. This is what on his back is a little vessel they made out of tree branch, and they store the little cottony kapok in there and pull it out to put on the end of the blow dart, and then they take the tip of the blow dart and rub it on the back of poison dart frogs. So whatever they hit will eventually die, and hopefully not get stuck up in the tree. It'll fall out of the tree. Wherever you go in these places, you see people just living so much off the land. Again, that was Fiji. This back to Ecuador. This is Vietnam. Back to Ecuador. So, because of the loss of these forests for development, we're actually losing, along with all these species of other animals, we're losing 2 distinct indigenous cultures a year due to the loss of these forests. So we've lost 50% of the world's tropical forests at this point. And I just want to point out why logging is hardly ever mentioned. So now I'm getting into the meat of what I wanted to let you know. This picture is deforestation due to cattle ranching, and I'm gonna tell you how this happens, but this is what most people consider deforestation. And there's a reason for that, because the UN, this is how the UN defines deforestation. There's gotta be 90% tree cover loss in order for it to qualify for this word deforestation. So it turns out that most logging in the tropics is not deforestation. So you hardly ever hear about it. But I'm gonna tell you what's really going on. So this is what we typically think of as deforestation, and of course there's the cow. So beef and the products it's made into, and palm oil. This is from the air, all those plantations, and the products it's made into. Rubber is sometimes, talked about as a problem, and bananas, things like that. These are all agricultural products. Coffee. Mining products are sometimes talked about, not as much nearly, but this is aluminum, bauxite mining here to make aluminum cans. Petroleum, you probably heard about that in places like Ecuador and Colombia, and a number of rainforest countries around the world, and the pipelines, and then making its way to the refineries in the U.S. to make gasoline. And the wildlife trade is often talked about as well. Almost always this is illegal. And then sometimes people will talk about bushmeat. and the toll it's taking on forests. You typically don't expect to see your van driver participating in the illegal bushmeat trade, but. And the most endangered mammal on the planet is the pangolin, and it's mainly because I guess some people find it really tasty. So this all starts, for the most part, with a road, and this is where logging comes in, because that was a logging road originally. Okay, so why did the loggers need roads? Well, they have to get the logs out. So, as I said earlier, 1 or 2 trees per hectare of a lot of the species that are targeted by loggers. For instance, this is likely these 4 yellow flowering trees are species of ipe. Ipe is one of the most popular tropical hardwoods in the world now. When I started Rainforest Relief, mahogany was the main issue, but within a decade, I watched the growth of ipe, and by 2002, ipe displaced mahogany as the main timber export out of Brazil. So ipe was and is a real big problem. This is the density of how ipe grows in the forests of Brazil. So you got to bulldoze a lot of roads to get to all the ipe trees because there's no other way to do it. So this is what logging looks like on the ground in the tropics. So you can see there's just a massive amount of damage. You see the road going off to the right there, just to get at a few trees. Here in Cameroon, this was a massive bubinga, which is a very popular tropical hardwood, very high-end tabletops, things like that. And you can see the size of this. I mean, the guy in the back, let's say he's 6 feet tall, so that log, the width of that log, the diameter, diameter, what they usually refer to as diameter breast height, is got to be over 10 feet. The thing was a monster. So to get that log out of the woods, they needed to bulldoze a road, like miles of road, to get up to it, because they needed to get up to it with a crane truck because it was so big. But the money they're going to get for that bubinga is so much that it's worth doing all of this, believe it or not. So it's only these high-end loggers that are hunting the high-value trees that can afford all of this heavy equipment, because they're selling the logs for $3,000 at the mill. That's a lot of money in a lot of these countries. So there you see all the road building and the landing area just to get at that one single bubinga tree. And the miles of roads. Yeah. That's a lot of damage just to get at a single tree. And this is what's really going on. Now, the problem for logging in terms of an issue was that this activity for decades didn't show up on satellite imagery. All they saw were the big patches of clearing. That's not what the loggers do. They punched their way through the forest, and from the satellites at the time, they couldn't even see it. So it was not a problem, as far as everyone knew. It was really 2 studies, one in '99 and another in 2005, that blew the lid off this and said, you guys, the UN, you need to double your numbers for deforestation in terms of the damage that's happening because of logging. Did the UN listen? No. And it's hardly ever talked about. So I did a lot of research when I started Rainforest Relief, and that's why I eventually started going after tropical hardwoods, because I believed what the studies are saying. So this is like, once the logging road is there a couple of years, this is what happens. People start clearing the forest around the road, because now they have access. So you see that light patch there down the hill. That's all cattle ranching, and then it's there for a few more years. You can see all of this patchwork happening now for various kinds of extractive industries, agriculture or beef or whatever. And then once the road is paved, you can basically write off that whole area. Within 10 years, it's just going to be cleared and developed. And so this is an example, like on the ground, what it looks like. The road was just off to the right. We stopped the car and got out, and this is what's happening next to the road. That was just in Belize, in southern Belize. So this is kind of an infamous photograph, satellite photo from Landsat in 1991. Made it into Scientific American when I first saw it, and this became an infamous pattern of road building when the Brazilian government decided to pave BR 364, and once they did that, people came down that road and just started bulldozing more roads and more roads off the sides and just clearing the land for agriculture. So, but BR 364 started out as a logging road. So it looks like maybe a big neighborhood there, like, you know, oh, this is like a housing project, but that's an outline of New Jersey on top of that, to give you a sense of scale. So we put together a time lapse using the same data now. You can get this on Google Earth. This is what happened in a span of from 1984 to 2022. That's the exact same place when they paved BR 364. And that was a program of the Brazilian government to allow more settlers to come in and develop the Amazon. So this is a similar area from the area with all the forest fires burning. So it turns out that all this deforestation emits massive amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And it turns out that, according to one recent study, forest degradation is actually responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than deforestation. And this is where the UN definition of deforestation comes in really to play a very important role. So this was a pie chart that the UN had published in around 1990, and you can see how little they thought logging was responsible for any kind of deforestation. You know, the blue and the purple there is all agriculture. So a few years later, I decided to redo the chart, applying all of these things from the studies I had read as far as the impact of the logging roads. And that's what I came up with for the impact of logging in terms of total deforestation precipitated by logging roads, but also directly from the logging itself. And then finally, in the 2016 or 2014, the UN made this statement on their website that this very high percentage, up to 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to degradation and deforestation. So that's like, you want to go after transportation in the US to reduce greenhouse gases, or you want to go after, you know, some other things? Or, I mean, you're talking 25 to 30% if we shut down logging in the tropics, if we stop buying tropical hardwoods. That's the way I looked at it. Because all of that logging that you saw was cutting for export. None of those big trucks, that was not for using wood in that country. It was all for export. So it's all coming, the funding is all coming from outside those countries. This is like illegal logging as well. I won't take the time to go into this, but anywhere from 35% to 95% of logging in the tropics is done illegally. This we encountered just even in Belize. You'd think that they wouldn't have illegal logging, but we measured all of those logs and they were too small to cut according to Belize's own law. This is New York City. There's a bunch of kumaru from Peru about to go up onto the Coney Island boardwalk, and this symbol here is the logo of a timber company in Peru called Bozovich that even the World Wildlife Fund had pegged as absolutely involved in illegal logging. So even New York City, a number of years after we were campaigning there, was like supporting illegal logging. Okay, so this is big log yards in Cameroon, So there's a lot of this going on. It's just a massive, massive quantity of wood. So where's it all going? So here's one place it's going. It's going into guitar fingerboards. 70% or roughly 67% or so of guitars manufactured in the United States are using a tropical hardwood fingerboard. This is ebony, probably more than rosewood, even the wood we'd like to stop people from using. Just one little statistic, for every ebony log that gets used and cut into lumber and sent over to the US or another country for fingerboards, they have cut 10 trees down and looked at them, but if it isn't jet black, if it's got white stripes in the heartwood, they leave it on the ground to rot because nobody wants white stripes in their fingerboard. So I'm gonna jump over a lot of this. I mean, the flooring, that's hopefully our next target, but I'll just flip through these. You can see where a lot of this wood is going. I'm not even gonna talk about it. I think I'm running short on time. Outdoor furniture, decking. Oh, right here in LA. Oh, we thought this was interesting. Here at this mall, decked with ipe, they've got this representation of a tree it's like all in plastic and bulbs, and in front of this dead rainforest. I thought that was ironic. Yeah, it's right over at the mall. And this is Atlantic City, where this is all ipe or kumaru now on the Atlantic City boardwalk, 3.5 miles. And the only place in the world I know where a rainforest cafe is actually sited on dead rainforest. Yeah, and as you can imagine, Atlantic City, if you've ever watched Boardwalk Empire, you know that money trumps everything else. So yeah, Coney Island, and that's where I first started going after New York City. But even pilings, these are greenheart from Guyana. So I've done a lot of protesting in my life because I'm the town crier, right? So we actually hung the tallest protest banner ever hung in New York City on the parachute jump, in Coney Island. That was kind of fun. The cops didn't appreciate it too much, but this is just some more greenheart going into a boardwalk here in Avon by the Sea, New Jersey. I did a calculation based on how many people live in Avon by the Sea, tiny little town on the coast of New Jersey, and the amount of rainforest that was logged for their boardwalk. Like every one of those people, the government could have given them 5 homes each all around the world, 20 sports cars or whatever they wanted, and literally flown them around the world to all their homes for the rest of their lives. And each one of those people would not still have had the impact that they had when they put in a mile-long boardwalk made out of ipe and greenheart in this town. This is Greenport, New York City, Ocean City, New Jersey, a teak store in Maryland, and then we went after the Home Depot for a while too. Yeah, that was really, really fun and scary. All right, so we loved climbing actions. I mean, it was just fun. This one was interesting. My feet were really cold. This was at the Polar Bear Plunge, the famous Polar Bear Plunge in Coney Island, and we dressed up as polar bears. So. All right, so we are literally witnessing the sunset on rainforests in our lifetimes, and I just wanted to. This is one of the things that when I used to give these presentations in schools, and I did a lot of that. I put together this ending because it was as much for me as the students and their staff, their professors and whatnot, because having grown up spending so much time in the woods, having befriended individual birds. Like there were birds I knew occupying, various places I would visit that I knew I was talking to the same bird when I would go back there. And so I was making friends, and the woods for me was a place of family. And is that, oh, it's time for me to move along. I get it. So I like to revisit and get a little message from my friends here and remind myself that we're being watched. All of these.
Welkom hier in de Hansenhof zitten bij het concert van Irene Diaz. Ik ben ontzettend blij dat we geweldige solisten hebben. Het Matambi-kwartet wordt verwacht. Maar eerst hoort u Yoga hele concert. Het amphitheater comedy.
Oh, that's coming from my computer. Wow. That's awesome. Okay. So I don't know how to stop it. Okay. So I have no idea how I did that, but one of the open pages is a woman who plays cello. So, which is where we're going next. Anyway, so I'm just going to page through this just as a reminder that they're watching us. These entities that we share the planet with are 100% dependent now on the decisions that we make. We are now managing this planet, and we're not doing a very good job, but we are the only ones who can rescue these forests. Particularly important stare. I always felt it's like, what you gonna do, man? So if anyone were to ask me why I joined Symmetry, it's this rainbow. I can't stop hoping, So I saw this guy in this article who made some wood out of like buckets of snot, and I'm like, there's some hope here, I gotta find out who he is and see if I can help or work with him or whatnot. So hopefully, at least I'll end on a little bit of an upbeat moment here. There's an amazing variety of tropical forests still out there. I encourage you to go visit them, meet the wildlife. It's not hard to do. They will come to you. And we're going to do everything we can at Symmetry Wood to stop the old way and to start making wood a new way. Thanks.
for the live stream folks, for whoever's still tuning in remotely. I just finished telling the crowd here that we're just going to get situated again to hear Irene and Carolyn give the final music performance for the night. So give us a moment here and we'll get the show on the road.
The mic's good.
Okay, everyone situated? I'll give a thumbs up would be appreciated. Yeah, yeah. Great, great. Okay, well, without further ado, I'm gonna hand it off to Irene and Carolyn, and hope you all enjoy this last performance.
I bet all love could do anything, 'cause I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you. We could move mountains and we could part the seas, 'cause I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you. Give me love, I can't wait to be found in your embrace, 'cause I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you. I bet the world could shake off of me, then I'd shake it off of you, and we would be free. 'Cause love has a rhythmic knot in all the bones. Oh, I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you. Give me love, I can't wait to be found in your embrace, 'cause I will do anything, oh anything, anything for you. Give me love, it's not too late, we can always find our way, 'cause I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you. This world's crazy, but I'm more crazy for you. This world's crazy, but I'm more crazy for you. Oh, 'cause I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you. I would do anything, oh anything for you. I bet all love could do anything, 'cause I would do anything, oh anything, anything for you.
I'm so happy to be here. This is so wild for me to be playing this guitar. I'm just really blown away. I was crying earlier during this set, before my previous set. But it's just really beautiful to hear information, and there's a lot that we don't know that we can change. I think especially as an artist, I was not aware that 70% of the wood is used for guitars. Like, how is that not known to so many artists? I feel like I need to share this information to more people. It's my duty. So this next song is called The Fool. And it's about being a fool in love and how you would do anything. Climb the highest mountain, swim to the deepest sea. But this is called The Fool.
I will always love you. What more can I say? All my thoughts are of you and the love we made. Climb the highest mountain, swim to the deepest sea, just to be near you. This song is my offering, 'cause I'm just a fool in love. I'm just a fool in love, and fools only make real. I'm just a fool in love. I'm just a fool, and fools only make real love. I will always love you. What more can I say? All my thoughts are of you and the love we made. Climb the highest mountain, swim to the deepest sea, just to be near you. And this song is my offering, 'cause I'm just a fool in love. I'm just a fool in love, and fools only make real love. I'm just a fool in love. I'm just a fool, and fools only make real love. Fools only make real. Fools only make real. Fools only make real love. Fools only make real. Fools only make real. Fools only make real
All right, how are you feeling? You feeling good? Can I play a couple more? Yeah? Okay, cool. We're having like a nice intimate evening here all together, so it's very special. Thank you so much, Gabe, and Tim, and Dave. Thank you for this opportunity. I feel so honored as an artist. The guitar sounds amazing.
Love takes time. Don't press rewind. Relax your mind. 'Cause love takes time. And I walk away, and you walk away, and I walk away, you walk away from me. 'Cause love takes time. So raise your restless mind and relax those eyes. 'Cause love is a ride, always was, and I walk away, and you walk away. You walk away from me. 'Cause love and maybe in another life.
All right, I'm gonna do thank you to Carolyn Cardoza, my wife, my partner. All right, so I'm gonna do one more song and then that'll be it. This is called I Love You Madly.
Baby, I've got you on my mind. My chemicals on while with just the honeydew, flowers, and guitar. And I wrote a song for you to sing how special you are. Oh, you are. Oh, and baby, baby, I've got you on my mind. My chemicals on wild with just the thought of you. Oh, I love you madly. Oh, I love you madly. Oh, I love you madly. Yeah. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, I do. Oh, I do. Oh, I do. Oh, I love you madly. Oh, I love you madly.
Thank you, thank you. I have a QR code if you want to find me, so very cool. Thank you, Tim. Symmetry Wood.
All right, thank you so much, Irene and Carolyn. One last applause for them. So that's pretty much it, folks. All the programming. Got no more surprises in the bag, except for the fact that we're going to keep going forward with what Symmetry's doing. As you can see, Tim and I, we ain't quitting. We're going to keep fighting to protect our rainforests and also make sure that creatives, designers, anyone who's building something that speaks to the soul is building in a way that is in harmony with nature. So when you pick up a guitar, when you walk across flooring or decking, you can know truly that it is peaceful. The way it was made was peaceful, it was harmonious, it was gratifying, it was beautiful. Beauty doesn't have to mean that we neglect where we came from or what we depend on. We all depend on each other. We depend on this planet, and we ought to remember it more. So if you take anything away from this event, remember that part. So with that, I'm signing off, and I wish you all well, and hopefully we stay in touch. Thank you so much. So feel free to hang out, maybe get some last kombucha if you want. I'm stressing this, folks. Have as much as you want.